All right, good evening, everyone. It's Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. You're watching Co-op for Two. You're joining me for our second session, playing through the first season of the Empty Faces trilogy called The Woods. Yesterday, we played boxes 1 and 2. It took us about 5.5 hours. We've got a lot of games to get through in December because we are trying something a little perhaps ill-advised. We're trying to play through as many of these hunt-a-killer games that are being retired at the end of the year. We're still waiting for some official word about exactly what's going to happen on December 31st when these games get retired. But I guess not to take chances, we're trying to finish and play through at least these 5 seasons. 3 of Empty Faces and 2 of Earthbreak. This one is a story about witches. The next one is a science fiction. If you didn't join me for yesterday's playthrough, you should not watch this session. Although I can see from YouTube, we've got 8 viewers, so all of you have already decided not to watch this session. And this is about normal. Every time you have a continuing series, people drop out and fewer and fewer stay till the end. That's okay, though. I'm happy here doing these all by myself if I have to. Is there anything new to talk about from the chat before we get started here? Melissa, turns out she's played this already. Okay, let's do a little bit of a recap before we jump into today's session. I don't see why we shouldn't be able to play another 2 boxes tonight of the 5 total. It's possible we'll play all 3 tonight. Although I'm not sure what the best strategy is. Is it better for us to try to finish it in one very long stream or save the finale for a short separate stream? I'm not sure. The story so far is about Isabella. Isabella is a girl, a young girl, perhaps in high school. And we've been contacted by the grandmother who says that Isabella disappeared in the woods or something, came back a shadow of her former self. Hollowed out is the term they're using for her. She's catatonic in bed. We don't know what happened to her, but we are getting a glimpse into her life through a blog and through some diary entries that her grandmother has sent us that Isabella and her best friend Kayla participated in. And we learned that Isabella is a natural practitioner, sometimes called a witch, and she comes from a family of witches. And we have learned that there's some evil spirit going on. We've got hints that there is a spirit in the woods that we figured out his name was Arwan, but that spirit seems to like her. So I'm not so sure that that spirit is the one that's done something bad to her, or if it's a friend. And there's a doctor involved taking care of Isabella who seems nefarious. We've got a blog that's written by Isabella and Kayla. Kayla certainly seems like a true friend of Isabella, and their friendship really is what's added some real heart to this story. Makes you want to fix things up for the two of them. Isabella's homeschooled, isolated from the city, lives in a shack in the woods without electricity, and she's very excited to be shown the city and modern stuff by her best friend Kayla, who's worried about her. We have an access to the blog that those two girls created, a very long blog. We can see some corrupted photos on the blog that look like some sort of spirits intruding into the photos. And we get a little introduction to magic, but we also have a bunch of blog posts that have been mysteriously protected, locked up with a password. And it's clear that one thing we'll be doing through the course of this game is figuring out the passwords to these protected blogs and thus unlocking more of the story. We have unlocked 2 of them, discovered some secret messages. We've got some notes. We're going to start on box 3 tonight. As a reminder, although you shouldn't need a reminder, because you shouldn't be here unless you've watched the previous playthroughs. But unlike most of the playthroughs on this channel, we're going to be quicker to go to the hints and more understanding of website or things that are a little bit broken. We're playing a game that's 7 years old. We know there's some issues with the websites. We're playing cases that are very gently used and generously sent to me by Elaine Covington, who's taken some care to write us some notes if things don't work on the website. And in fact, her notes do talk about a couple of website items that don't quite work and the workaround. So we'll refer to that if we need to. All right. So box 1 and 2 we've finished. We're going to put them off to the side. We may very well need to refer to that material again. Is there anything I didn't cover in the recap that we need to talk about? I do have the 2 boxes and our printouts, so we can refer to them as we need them. One of the unusual things about this game is that it's not always crystal clear what we should, when we're finished with a box. In more modern games from Hunt to Killer and others, we're given a clear assignment and we'll go to a website, and when we put in the answer, we can move on. This doesn't work like that. This one we sort of have to figure out when we're finished, but then we'll go to the hints and we'll see if there's anything we missed. Yeah? All right. Then let's get started. So we've got 2 items that are from Elaine. Online content in case it goes offline, and reveals in hints printed out in case they go offline. Better to use the website if we can. Here's our list of things that are missing. Please read the episode recap information. I guess this is not, it's suggesting we read the recap for the previous 2 boxes, but we did that last night, so we won't do that again. I have printed out the semaphore decryption notes that we found in case we need to refer to them. Maybe we'll put that over there. Whoa, it's a candle. So lots of activities in this set. The first one we had to do some ritual. Second one we had to do some ritual, involved lighting some sage. I guess the sage was the first one. The second one was a bowl of water. So we've got a black witch's candle. We've got a little bracelet with beads. Anything weird about the candle? Okay, we've got another letter from the grandmother. That tends to be how these boxes normally start. So I guess we'll start with that. We've decoded that to be her name, and I kind of wish we had made an alphabet, but we have previous decoding that we'll refer to when we need to. Here we go. I'm still getting over my sickness, but I think we're making it work. Dear stranger, when I look to the dawning day, I see only the horizon lost in darkness that is neither shadow nor night. For generations, this loathsome lightlessness has waited to fulfill its purpose, and now it is alive with power, growing stronger with each passing day. It bends even the brightest light, its cold touch fracturing what once was whole. Here the prism I sent may disclose yet more disruption lurking in plain sight. Always I feel it pressing at the edge of my protections, eager to corrupt all that I hold dear. Unchecked, it will soon overrun every unhappy creature in its path. A grave error have I made, I fear, in appealing to you. No penance would be great enough to absolve me if the terror we face were to overpower you, as it has done my dear Isabella. Your distance, I hoped, would protect you, but mere miles alone may not suffice. For myself, I know the threat is closer every day. Just this morning I woke to find a message carved into my door, and though I cannot comprehend its words, I know it signifies some malice that has set its sights on me. More and more darkness surrounds us, yet I must continue to admit this evil into my own home, for it still has its uses. My blood boils to see a man I once trusted tend to my granddaughter with such careful ministrations, when I know what wickedness lurks within him. All I can do now is to protect those I love as best I can, and have faith we can withstand what is to come. You must guard yourself against the dangers that lie ahead. Be vigilant. Let the old wisdom guide you and keep you. In my grandmother's day, we crossed iron above the door to shield our home. Those were days before the lightning spread, when iron alone was enough. These days occasion stronger measures. Long ago, I showed Isabella how to knot a length of twine around her wrist to repel those forces that would do her harm. But there was still so much she had yet to learn. If I had time to teach her better, perhaps she would not be estranged from her spirit as she is now. I beg you, do not make the same mistake she did. Plain twine is the simplest charm I can provide, and the strongest too. With each knot your fingers form, speak your will and invoke its strength to protect you. Tie it with these wooden beads near the entrance to your home. I have anointed the twine with essence of rosemary to make the spell stay fast. Oh, she sent us this to help protect our home from the evil. That's really creepy. I have one more talisman to offer you. The pattern for this shadow vista was given to me by Mother, who received it from her mother before her. It comforted me as a girl, as it did my daughter and Isabella too, when she came to live with me. How many countless hours have I spent watching its shapes shift upon the walls. It has always kept the darkness at bay for me, but now I suspect you have more need of it than I do. The candle I've enclosed will bring its shape to life, like you did when I first encountered you in the dream space. I trust it to burn bright. May it ease the darkness that surrounds you and reveal truth and wisdom with its light. Now that you have all these defenses to protect you, I must ask another favor. I have enclosed a letter which I dare not open. I can see its writer is pure of heart, and I sense a vital message may be contained within, but I can hardly stand to touch the envelope, much less open it. There is too much lightning on it for me to bear. Too much lightning on it for me to bear. But perhaps you, who live each day washed in lightning's current, can handle it without injury. Will you do this for me, though I have already asked you to risk so much for one you hardly know? Grace U. Montgomery, and then she signed her name Grace in her ancient script. Okay, the lightning, these are people that live off the grid. No electricity. And the lightning is sort of a general term for maybe modern electricity and computer stuff. So what's really cool is she said, I've got this letter, but she can't even open it. That's how serious she is. Now, we know who we think the letter is going to be from, right? She says the writer is pure of heart. That's going to be Kayla. This is the first time we're going to be hearing from Kayla, I'm sure. All right, let's look at what else is in today's box. So we've got this letter that she's afraid to open. We've got another doctor's report who we're very suspicious of. Another book page. More rubbings from the trees in the forest that we know is this spirit R1. Some paper cutout thing, collage, and another page from, 2 pages from Isabella's diary. So let's start with this letter that she wants us to open for her, that she's afraid to even open. Okay, as predicted, it is from Kayla, the friend who Isabella just disappeared from her life, and then she ran into the doctor who said, don't worry about Isabella, she's catatonic, but we're taking care of her, and we think the doctor is evil. In fact, we saw a picture of him through the prism that was very evil. Okay, so we're going to finally hear from Kayla here, best friend of Isabella. Writing to the mother, but the mother couldn't touch it. It's printed out on a printer. I think that's why she doesn't like it. Dear Mrs. Montgomery, I don't know if Isabella ever told you about me. I hope she did, but just in case she didn't, my name is Kayla Rausch. I guess if you do know who I am, there's a good chance you don't like me. But all that matters is that I'm someone who loves your granddaughter very much. I've tried to reach you a bunch of times since Isabella disappeared, but I've never been able to find your house. I even tried to follow Dr. Hargo into the woods last night because I know he was Isabella's doctor. I thought maybe he was coming to see you, but I got lost again. I guess you don't want me to find you, since your mailbox down on the state road is the closest I've been able to get. Isabella told me you didn't approve of her going into town and using technology and everything. She told me about lightning and how dangerous you thought it could be. I guess you were right. Isabella was teaching me all about practicing magic and your hex book and everything. Please don't be mad. She was a really great teacher, and she said it was because you were a good teacher to her. But the truth is, I didn't have the chance to learn that much. I need to talk to someone who's an expert, which means I need to talk to you. I'm leaving this letter for you because I think Isabella has been trying to communicate with me. There's nobody else I can tell this to. If I told my mom that my missing best friend was talking to me through coded messages on our blog, I'm pretty sure she'd make me get my head examined. But you understand about lightning and visiting and body without soul. So I just have to trust that you'll believe me when I say I know it's really her. I don't even really get how something like this could happen, but I know it's true. Isabella needs help, and you're the only person in the world, probably, who has any idea what to do. I miss her so much, and I'm sure you miss her even more, but most of all, I'm scared for her. I don't know what's going to happen if you and I can't set her free. Please tell me how to help her. Sincerely, Kayla. P.S. Sorry, you probably don't know what a blog is. It's basically a journal we kept together on the internet. So I didn't mention this in the recap, but as the last thing we did on the blog was decode some messages that looked like they were Kayla, they were Isabella calling out to Kayla for help. And we know that this catatonic state, it's explained to us by the witchcraft stuff from Isabella, that sometimes the spirit can get separated from the body. And so that's what we think has happened. Isabella's body's been hollowed out. Her spirit is trapped somewhere, but it seems to have access to the internet where it's trying to communicate with Kayla. All right. So I suppose we better take this protection stuff seriously. She wanted us to put these beads on to protect our house. I don't want any spirits to come. I don't want any evil spirits to come get me while I'm having this live stream with all this lightning involved on the internet and YouTube. It feels like YouTube is just all lightning. It's not so easy to put this on here. Maybe I need some candle wax. Maybe we'll just, probably not all that important details of how this gets assembled. All right. You might be thinking, who has time for this? But I don't want to get evil spirits. So let's take it seriously. And she said to hang this around the house. But we'll just knot it up a little bit. Surely it's the thought that counts. Well, maybe not, but I'm going to tie a little knot here. Then we'll be good to go. Okay, and we'll just put this by this lightning controller. Hopefully that'll protect that. All right, so we read the letter. Doesn't seem like there's any secret stuff in there. It just feels like it's part of the story for Kayla. I guess we don't need this candle yet. Let's move along. Let's read the update from the evil doctor. We think he's evil, at least. Harold G. Oliver, otherwise known as Dr. Hargo. I woke up this morning with wood pulp beneath my fingernails and my hands were all bloodied. I don't know how that happened. I must have been sleepwalking again. The unique stress associated with treating Isabella has seemed to intensify these episodes. I must take care not to leave my door unlocked. I don't want to go out again and really hurt myself. That is not to say I will stop treating Isabella. She's in desperate need of care. I can't put my finger on it, but something tells me I shouldn't leave her side. She is a very special girl. Maybe he's not evil, but he's being taken over by a creature. Now, he says that he has wood pulp beneath his fingernails and his hands are all bloody. I'm starting to think that he's the one scratching out those things in the woods. We know he goes to the woods to treat her. Maybe a spirit is taking over him and he's the one doing the actual scratchings on the tree that we're taking rubbings of. My crew and I back in the Navy used to remind each other that a lifeboat's no good if it's not tight against the ship. One hard copy of this report printed for Grace's records. Now, previously, we noticed that there were overlaps of color and that when we got the triple overlap, we heard him say some very spooky thing. Here, there's only one green area. It just says RDS, really. It doesn't really help us much. And it's more corrupt, but again, all the words I can see that are backwards and stuff, but it's all duplicates of words that are already part of this message. So I don't see anything else for us to look at here. Maybe we'll return to it at some point. Maybe the doctor's not evil. Maybe he's just been taken over. All right, let's go ahead and decode this message. We don't know what's right side up, but it sure looks like this is the way to read it to me. Or this, of course. But I think horizontally. Just because it doesn't look, if you did it this way, it's possible. I guess we don't know. Is there any way to guess just by looking at my intuition tells me that it's horizontal. Remember, we're looking at pairs. There's more pairs side by side. That seems more likely to me, but we don't know. Let's try to decode. In doing the ciphers, very heavy, cipher heavy game here. We've decided we're not going to spend an elaborate amount of time always decoding ciphers, but we like to figure out, we like to see that we know what we're doing, and then we can go to the website. So let's start out with the easiest one, at least the orientation that looks easiest. And this looks like it's an N here. I wonder if we could tell the orientation just by what area of the flags are black. But okay, I think that's an N. The next pair is this one, I think. It's either O or, I gotta say, I don't think semaphore is very easy to do. It could be a K. I think it's an O, though. I think one angled and one, I wonder if it makes sense to draw it first. Like, okay, the next letter looks like it's, oh, you can't see me drawing. And next, the third letter looks like it's like that to me. Could be a U, but it could be a T, I think. So I'm going to put T, N-O-T. And then maybe we have a bigger break. Okay, let's look at this. This looks like it's like this. Which one is that? That's an L. Next one looks like it's like that. It almost looks like this, but no, it's more horizontal. That's an O. Yeah, that looks like an O to me. I guess last time we decoded the semaphore, we got a couple letters wrong, but maybe if we get enough of them. So that was the O, and then this one, there's some that are nice and easy. Like that one is clearly the N. I wonder if he's saying like not long now. Not long. And then here's another one that looks fairly easy, like that. So we should have a straight down, and here, that's a G. And then here again, wait, did I say this was a G? No, that was our N. G, and then we have an N here. This is going to be OW. Is that what we're going to find out? There's our O. And is this going to be W? It looks like we have angle and then straight out. Yep, not long now. Okay. Not long now, says the message. Okay, well, that's creepy. All right, let's put it all on one card and keep it together. So the spirit in the woods is saying not long now. We got some, I think the vibe we were getting is that, I forget which document it was, but one of the documents we looked at was all about what sounded like a creature was, no, it didn't sound like a creature was jealous. It was our putting two and two together. What we saw was a message, we think, from the creature in the semaphore carved into the tree that said something like, I got you this gift for your birthday. And then later, we read Isabella's diary talking about, like, before I met Kayla, I had no one, no friends. And the earlier message from on the tree branch was something like, I know you like the gift I got you for Samhain, and you're my only friend, but spoken like a sort of a child would write it. So the picture we're sort of getting, we're guessing, might be that the spirit in the woods loves Kayla, loves Isabella, and has captured her and is keeping her spirit in the woods. And that maybe this spirit is somehow evil. All right, let's take a look. Maybe before we read the book excerpt, let's look at Isabella's 2 diary pages, yeah? Okay. I'm so happy Kayla's summer vacation has finally started. Remember, she's homeschooled, so when Kayla's on vacation, they get to hang out. When school's on break, they get to hang out. She says we can go swimming every day if we like. I wonder what I should wear to go swimming. I'll have to ask Kayla. Best of all, now that she knows the way to my hidden clearing in the woods, we can meet there whenever I can't get away to see her. We know there's a secret clearing, and now we understand that Kayla knows where it is. We think she sent Kayla some photos. Aha, okay, we're getting a little bit of confirmation about our theory here. She knows my secret location. Then she says, I hope Arwan won't mind me sharing it with her. Arwan is going to mind you sharing it with her. It's a special place, and I want her to know how important she is to me. It stuns me how much I've come to rely on her. In just a few short months, she has earned a place in my heart, and I'm so grateful she is the one I get to share this adventure with. So Arwan is the tree spirit, which we think might be the Celtic god spirit of something, and it's jealous. And now she's sharing these special places with Kayla instead of hanging out with this creature. All right, and then we've got a collage, which it looks pretty dark. There's a skeleton with a girl with her eyes scratched out, a bird with its eyes scratched out. Some weird thing going on here, the flower scratched out. Yesterday, she gave me a copy of her favorite book, and I stayed up all night reading. I was in tears by sunrise. I felt so deeply for Emily, how dreadful to watch Gwen enjoying her life to the fullest, while she was stuck in the house, growing weaker by the day. Sometimes I know how she feels. In your neck of the woods. Okay, what she's talking about is an excerpt we read from The Blue House in the previous box. It was about a little girl stuck in her room getting sicker and her friend visiting her friend Gwen visiting her. And I wonder, it feels like there's a little bit of duality here. Here she's saying that she knows what that little girl feels like stuck in her room, but I wonder if it's also how Arwen feels when Isabella stops visiting him in the woods. Okay, creepy. And now page 2 looks even scarier. Here is the skeleton again with the crossed out eyes and some kid in a monster mask. And these look like some of the letters from our alphabet. The moon was a big white hole in the sky. And run. Your neck of the woods, run. You know what? I think we need to make a note. Combine diary words. In each box, we're getting diary pages, and I'm starting to think they are going to all combine in some order. What do you think about that? Like, it's not that this makes a sentence, it's that all of the phrases make a sentence. So maybe what we'll do is, so we don't have to keep getting them out, I'm going to put box 1, box 2, and box 3. And box 3, we have maybe an eye in your neck of the woods. And second message we have is and run. And I wonder if, let's just see here from box 2. What diary message we have? White mountain breeze, clear rippling waters, that's satisfaction. And here is a whole bunch of it. What would vacation be? I'll never forget everything you've heard is true. Go for it. Easy come, easy go. All right, maybe I'm not going to write them all out. That feels a little less convincing that my theory is right. But we will put it on our to-do list so we don't forget to check it out. All right, let's go back to the second page here. Nothing on the back of these. There are days when life at home with Granny feels so confining, I almost want to... What is this? Lots of crossed out words here. I wonder if they are important. What do you think she was writing here? I almost want to... Was she writing like strangle her? I almost want to something. Tear my skin off. Don't remember feeling so unhappy in the old days, but I am now. When I go for days without leaving the house, I grow restless and irritable. So unlike what? Almost like, looks like she wrote his self. What do you think this word is? This feels like it could be important. It says, I grow restless and so unlike... Kind of looks like his self. His self. That's weird. Someone have a different reading of that? I hardly recognize myself in those moments. It almost feels as if there are two of me. The snappish, ill-tempered girl who bridles more and more at her constraints, and the happy, naive girl who never knew what freedom might mean. Sometimes I can see both of them at once. Mirrors of one another. And what is she crossed out? I don't know, we're going to be able to see that one. Other times it feels like these two girls are something drifting further and further apart, and I can't see what is left in the space between them. Am I making room for someone new I am becoming? Or is some part of me skipping away until I'll be left with nothing? Perry says it's not his self, it's herself. Okay, so that's a big difference. She's talked before about something growing inside her and becoming something else, and here she's talking about splitting. It seems to be reflecting what happened to her when she hollowed out. Now, we know that this is the letter A, but there's no letters that are just pure up and down triangles. So this looks more like just art. But if she's drawn this on the skirt, is there some message in here somehow? We do have some letters that have this little moon shape on them. but I don't see other letters in here. Look at this creepy thing. All right, let's move along. Here is another excerpt from another book that perhaps Kayla has lent her. Journey to the Mountaintop. Look at those cute little birds. Journey to the Mountaintop. Long ago, all the creatures of the earth knew their true names and could speak to one another in a single spirit tongue. Animals and people lived together in harmony and could all perform strong magic, but in time a great darkness came upon the land, and everything it touched was hollowed out by cold, gleaming fire and made a servant to the dark. It was decided that, to protect the world's magic, the true name of every living thing should be written down and hidden away, so the darkness could not learn them and take control. Afterwards, animals and people could no longer understand each other. Only those who knew the spirit tongue could do magic anymore. Soon the old ways were forgotten, and humans and animals fell to killing one another. One of the young creatures of the forest had heard stories of the time before the true names were hidden away. Her grandmother had told her of the enchantments of old, and she longed to have her magic back again. "If only I could remember what my true name is," she said. She had heard that the true names were hidden in an ancient oak tree at the top of a great mountain, so she set off to discover her true name and regain the power that had been taken from her. As the intrepid creature started to climb the mountain, she met a bird with a pale beak sitting on a tree branch. "Do you know the way to the old oak tree where the true names are kept?" she said. But the bird with the pale beak could not understand her question, and the reply came out as chirps and warbles she could not understand. The curious creature pressed on, wandering further and further up the mountain. She had begun to grow weary and wondered when she would reach the end of her journey. Seeing a bushy-tailed animal digging in the earth nearby, she stopped and asked, "Could you tell me how much further the summit of the mountain is?" But the bushy-tailed animal did not know what she said and could only answer in chitter-chatter that made no sense to the poor creature at all. The young creature considered turning back. "Perhaps I don't deserve to know my true name," she said, but she thought of how much better the animals' lives would be if they could all speak to one another again. "I must ask for all of our names, not just my own," she decided, "so that we will be in harmony again." And so she pressed onwards up the mountain. Finally, she felt sure she was near the top of the mountain. When a dark bird passed by overhead, she asked, "Am I near the old oak tree where the true names are kept?" The dark bird, who was very clever, could see she was distressed, even if he could not understand her words. Knowing she would only hear his voice as a harsh squawk, he beckoned her to follow him and led her to the place where the old oak tree grew. There, the creature knelt down and begged the oak tree to return all the animals' true names. The tree's leaves began to quiver, and it awoke from its long dreaming. "I'm sorry, my child," said the tree. "I cannot return all of the true names. I will show you what would happen if the darkness flourished, so you will understand why the risk is too great." And so the tree shifted its leaves, and in their shadows the curious creature could see a dreadful sight. All the animals of the forest still lived, but their vacant bodies could only do the bidding of the dark, while their spirits slowly began to wither and fade away. The creature bowed her head and cried, "Please forgive me. I would never wish this terrible fate upon my fellow creatures. I take back my request." The tree said, "I know your request was well meant. It was generous of you to ask on behalf of all the animals and not just for yourself. In return for your kindness, I will whisper your true name for you alone to hear. but you must promise to guard it carefully and use it well." She promised, and the tree spoke her true name, and when the creature knew it, she wept because she was complete again. From that day on, she could understand what all the other animals were saying, and as she was the only creature in the forest who could do magic, other animals and even people came from far and wide to ask for her counsel and aid, and everyone considered her the kindest of all creatures. That's a weird story. Creepy, huh? Scary. Kind of scary. Is this from a real book? We don't know. I kind of feel like it is a real book. Could someone search Journey to the Mountaintop and see if it's a real book? Well, we only have one more. Okay. So while we're reading these, we should remember that we are trying to keep our eyes open for passwords on the blog. So I wonder if we might make a list of the passwords we don't know. So Rosemary. Yarrow we did solve. Wormwood we don't know. I'm gonna have to fix this pen. Getting a little annoying. Hawthorne. We have seen someone talk about Hawthorne, and we certainly have seen people talk about Rosemary. Then we have Sage. Feels like lots of mentions of Sage. Then Effigies. So we're trying to find something that might suggest what the passwords for some of these might be. They're all different. We have maledictions. So this sheet will be our passwords needed. We've already done dreams. Okay, auguries. I mean, there's not much more time. I guess we have 3 more boxes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more passwords that we need. I feel like we might have heard enough about Hawthorne that we should look for clues. Rosemary, we actually have heard Rosemary mentioned in this letter today. She said she made the bracelet and then she did something with it in Rosemary, right? To make it stronger. She anointed the twine with the essence of rosemary to make the spell stay fast. Doesn't really help us, though. Anything here that would suggest a password? And what would it be for? Don't really know. Rosemary also mentioned in a blog post about herbs and plants. Yeah, rosemary is mentioned a bunch of times. Harry says, these are 2 books titled Journey to the Mountaintop. Both are about friends and achieving revelation. Oh, there are 2 books titled Journey to the Mountaintop. Both are about friends and achieving revelation. Interesting. All right, well, we only have one more item in this box. Feels like we must be missing something. But this is the last item. What is it? I wonder if it's acting out that story. I think it is. Look, I think this is the chittering creature with a bushy tail. It's a squirrel. And here are the two birds. Early she met this bird, and then later she met a very dark, clever bird, and this is the tree. And I wonder if we're going to cast a shadow. So it looks like that there's a place for them, and I'm guessing this is the mountain. Is it like this, or is it like this? And if I had to guess, I would guess that it's the order that she visits, that she encounters these creatures. So it's a creature with a pale beak. And she sees that one first. And then she sees a bushy-tailed animal digging the earth. That's the squirrel digging for its nuts. So I'm going to put that second. And then she meets the clever bird. So I'm going to put that in the third mark. They all have places there. They all have cuts on the animals too. So have I put this in there? Yes. Let me make sure everyone goes in all the way. Okay, and then it's the tree. So look how cute this is. So I've now put the tree at the top of the mountain. Okay, and then I assume that we're actually going to turn these so they get visited on the way up the mountain. Something like this. Something like this. Climbing up the mountain, you would see these. But now, boy. So I'm guessing it's going to be like a shadow that would get cast. Let me try to orient them all straight up and down. I mean, that's what the candle could cast a shadow. Oh, can we guess what it would be? Without trying to actually cast a shadow of a... Now, is there any question about orientation? Not really. They all have their slits. They're all... Is anyone good at visual stuff? Can you see that? I wonder we could even just put it out. I mean, it does make sense that that would be the order, right? Because she's going up the mountain. So it feels like this is the right orientation of them to me. Does that look like anything? Nice to sort of trace it. What would we... Trying to think what we would... I mean, I could use a real candle, but I feel like trying to do it with my hands while holding this is asking for trouble. What is it? Does it look like anything to you? Like the silhouette of this is what we'd be looking for? Or are we looking for like when we cast it at an angle? Couldn't cast it at a complete angle though, it would just go through, but is it at some angle? There's no help for me in the channel. Everyone has gone silent. I mean, we could if we needed to. Oh, that's spooky, huh? But what are we looking for or at? It's kind of hard for me to see it, to be honest. Let's see, is it easier if I do it this way? Trying to angle it differently. Feels like this is the right idea. What would we be looking for? Like a word or something, don't you think? How are we going to get... I mean, it looks like a moose or a ram, but I don't see how that helps us. We should be looking for a word, right? That would make sense that we would need a password of some sort. Or am I barking up the wrong tree here? Am I getting the order wrong? The order is not going to make that much of a difference. It is creepy. Well, this is one of these things where, you know, we've got an idea. Now perhaps we go to the solution. Is there anything else? I mean, changing the order is not going to really make a difference, to be honest. Not much of a difference. All right, let's keep true to our word about going to the hints and suggestions quicker than we might normally do. Well, let me ask you, even if let's say we saw something here. Let's say we saw a word or a creature. Rick says, it looks kind of like a rabbit. Okay, let's say we saw a creature, a rabbit or a word. What would we do with it? Unless it's a website, it doesn't feel like... It feels like the only thing we could know what to do with is if it was the password for something. So let me ask you, which one of these would it be the password to? Are these effigies of creatures? Like an effigy is of a religious... Let's open a new blog. A new page, I mean. An effigy is a sculpture, carving, or likeness of a person, often a crude representation made for public display, protest, or destruction. An effigy is a sculptural representation, often life-sized, of a specific person or a prototypical feature. I mean, it is not what comes to mind when I looked at that, but I suppose you could say that is that shadow an effigy of something? Let's reread what the mother says here. The pattern for this shadow vista was given to me by my mother. I have watched its shape shift upon the wall. That really feels like what we were just doing. Shadow vista, how many countless hours? She did it in the dark. The candle brought its shape to life. That's what we just did with the flashlight. May it ease the darkness that surrounds you and reveal the truth and wisdom with its light. The problem is, I don't know. It doesn't feel like it belongs to any of those. Maybe effigies. Let's look up auguries. I'm not sure I know what that word means. I feel like intuitively something augurs well. Something is like a future prediction. A sign of what will happen in the future, an omen, yeah. So this would be like a sign of the future. This would be like a statue of someone. So it's possible that this is not giving us a password, but something else is. And then when we get that password, then we're going to need this. So a malediction, that sounds like a sickness or something, but maybe we need to look up that word too to make sure we're not missing any subtlety. Affliction would be something bad, but what's a malediction should be a bad word, right? Like bad saying, a curse or something. A malediction is an evil curse that's spoken or written with the intent to bring bad luck. So I suppose it wouldn't hurt us to try to. The only one that those figures could seem like they could possibly be useful to would be perhaps the effigies. I don't think so, but if you thought that it could be a rabbit, ABBIT, or if you thought it could be a bunny, no. So I don't even know. The question is, what would that creature we just saw be the password for? What were the titles of the entries we've already done connected to the puzzles we solved to get the passwords, or did we just need to guess which one to try? I think they were connected to things. One one was given to us and one was figured out because it was a puzzle. So the only way I know to proceed is to figure out a password for one of those things. And so the question is, have we read anything that would be a natural password for any of these? This is a story about true names. Feels like that shadow should have given us someone's name. This said not long now. That doesn't really help us. Hmm. Okay, I think we should just go to the hints. It looked like a rabbit with antlers. Could it be the fictional creature, the jackalope? It did kind of look like a something with antlers, but I don't see why we would pick jackalope. And I don't know what we would put it as an answer for. It doesn't feel like it's an effigy. These aren't really statues. It's really just the people in the story. Okay, why don't we do this? Why don't we take our break? If you can think of anything in the 8 minutes, let me know. Otherwise, we will go and look at the hints for box 3 and see if we can have it tell us what we should have seen with the shadows and where it goes. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We don't know Isabella's true name. It looked like a rabbit with antlers. Could it be the jackalope? The grandma letter mentioned her prism again. Do we need to do something with that? I feel like the shadow was the right idea. She did mention the prism again. She does talk about watching the shadows. It seems clear to me that we're supposed to see a shadow with these creatures. I just don't know. What does she say about the prism? Watching the shadows. The candle will burn bright. She wants another favor. She wants us to open that letter. It's too much lightning. Where does she talk about the prism? Here the prism I sent may disclose more disruption working in plain sight. She says, it bends even the brightest light, its cold touch fracturing what was once whole. Here the prism may disclose yet more disruption working in plain sight. I feel it pressing at the edges of my protections, eager to corrupt all that I hold dear. I can't get the prism to do anything. You don't think that we have to somehow... Like, if I shine through the prism, nothing happens. I'm not sure what the prism was supposed to split light into its color beams. Like, shouldn't we see color beams? What is it not real? How does a prism, isn't prism supposed to split this into its colors? What am I not understanding? Isn't that the whole idea of the prism? What are we not understanding about the way a prism works? And then how would we use this for this puzzle? Was it for the doctor stuff, or do we somehow shine the light through the prism at the stuff that we want to cast a shadow? I just don't see it. Okay. That's all right. We're not going to sit and we're not going to get frustrated. We're just going to go to the website and see if it can help us. So episode 3, and now it wants the password for episode 3, which is WS or WTSE 4578. Okay. So there's hints for all of these things that I'm not sure we spotted anything important in them. So it feels like we've just, this whole box has gone over our head other than the story. Let's just start with the letter from Grace. I guess we're just going to walk down these and see what it means by a hint. In her letter, Grace tells you how to use the Shadow Vista. She also says she has imbued the twine with a specific scent, which is a hint for you to access important information in this episode. So, is it that the password protected Rosemary blog is twine? Something like that? What do you think about that idea? Do you think this is twine? T. E. Come on, guys. Oh, this isn't on. TWINE. What do you think about that possibility? Okay, guys. It's just hanging here. Why would that be? This whole website has hung up. Yay. Interesting. How about we go to Chrome and the name of this website was Kayla Bella Magic.com. Is that right? Yes. Okay, let's try doing it here. So if it's TWINE, this is all weird. TWINE. No, doesn't like that. Although we've seen it act up before, but that doesn't seem to be it. Sometimes we're not on the right wavelength with this game. Rick says he thinks this means that the shadow puzzle solution is the password to the Rosemary blog post. Boy, that is convoluted if that's true. But we could try again the passwords we were trying before. I really do not like this combinatorics here. So if I type rabbit, the first time we do it, it just brings up this new page without an error, so we have no idea if it worked. If I try rabbit again, why would it be rabbit? Why would that mean anything? Jackalope. None of this makes any sense. Okay, we're not gonna play this game. I'm not gonna play this 100,000 combinatorics game when I can't tell. Okay, and then the Firefox has died. Okay. Let's... It's okay. Okay, so we're gonna kill Firefox and restart it. Firefox has decided to stop working permanently. All right, that's all right. We have other ways around this. Let's go back to our hints. Somehow we've lost this. I guess we've got to go back because Firefox died. We've got to go back. This is the lightning. This is the lightning is what it is. It's the lightning. Okay. All right, let's see if we can go back to Empty Faces recap. Okay, so the letter from Grace Hint said, Grace tells you how to use the Shadow Vista. She also says she's imbued the twine with a scent, which is a hint for you to access important information in this episode. Okay, that doesn't really help us. Let's look at the hint for Journey to the Mountaintop. The order of events to the mountaintop will help you complete the Shadow Vista. We figured that out. Let's look at the Shadow Vista hint. Arrange the pieces on the mountain in the correct order. Then use the completed Shadow Vista in conjunction with another item from this episode to reveal a hidden image. We did this. We tried to do this. Okay. Door rubbing. Same code. We did that. Doctor's memo. Okay, you received an item in episode 2 that will help you reveal the secret in this document. Okay, so this is suggesting that the prism will be able to help us with this. So it does feel like maybe it's these words here. Maybe the curvy words are going to get brought into some alignment. Like it's not shifting colors, but it is, feels like it's letting me fix distortion. It's not really doing anything with colors, but if I look through the, is there something I can do if I hold this up close? It is actually making diffractions near the edge. Okay, so this is a little interesting. I can't get this to do anything holding it down here, but when I hold it up to my eye and look around the room, I actually see things have diffracted colors, and the colors are like blue, pink, and yellow, the same colors that are here. So let me see what I can notice here. It is bending the light, but I don't know what to do with it here. Okay, I think the solution is for both of us that we just go to the hints because it's not working. Normally this would make me upset, but we're not going to get upset while we play these. All right, Doctor's memo hint number 2. There is a recurring color in the 2 previous Doctor's memos that indicates the location of a hidden message. Is that right? So we noticed when we read this that there's only this one green triangle. So last time it was words inside the green triangles. But is it that this is pointing to a secret message? Is this message actually different? And can we get it to reverse here? Okay, so now I have the prism doing something actually. And it looks like it's inverting this, it's reversing this text so that we can read it. Oh my God. Look how scary that is. I want to hurt myself, but is that what he already, did he say that? No, he says, I don't want. He said, I don't want to hurt myself when we read it before. And now he says, I want to hurt myself. That's creepy. But didn't he say here, I don't want to go out again and really hurt myself. But here's the secret message near the green that says, I want to hurt myself. How creepy is that? Okay, so, but now we have an actual use of this prism. If I put it with the triangle side down, it flips the text so that you can read some of the upside down part. I want to hurt myself. That is very creepy. Any other secret message pointing to? What's this upside down one? It says, walking again. to hurt myself. Where does it say that? One copy of this report printed for Grace's records. Can't put my finger on it, but something. That's all this text. So I'm just wondering if there's something else beside this message. I want to hurt myself. Where is that? Is it really that well hidden? Where is that? Where is that message? It's here. This says, I want to hurt myself. So that's what we're looking for, something like this. It's next to this. What else do we have, though? Is there another secret message? Kind of hard. Okay, well, we get the idea. We get the idea. Oh, so it sits, you think it sits right there on the green. Okay, well, if we do that, what do we see? Okay, I can see, if I do it this way, I can see that it says, I want to hurt myself. I need the life of Grace, it says. That's creepy. You can't see it here. But this little message says, I want to hurt myself. I need the life of Grace. Is there more than it says? I need the life of Grace, it says. That is very creepy. I wonder if I can show that to you. Let's see. How was I looking at it? You can kind of see it there. I need the life of Grace, it says. Right there. Okay. Oh, here it is. I need the life of Grace. I want to hurt myself. I need the life of Grace. All right, that's very creepy. Let's go get the official solution. Doctor's memo reveal. Use the prism. There's a section of the doctor's memo where the blue and yellow overlap to form green. We did know to look at green, but we didn't think. Place the triangle to reveal 2 hidden messages. Okay, let's see if we got them both. I need the life of Grace and I want to hurt myself. Okay, that is very scary. But we've got those 2 with some help. Okay, next up, the diary pages hints. One of the scanned diary pages, Isabella wrote out a phrase from the Blue House passage, which you received in episode 2. This is a key phrase that can be used elsewhere. Well, we did note that she was referring to the Blue House story. Where does she? Here. Let's see what it's talking about, and if knowing that, we can make more sense of it. Oh, look, it's the underlined words. Yesterday, she gave me a copy of her favorite book, and I stayed up all night reading. I was in tears. Underlined. Tears by Sunrise. I felt so deeply for Emily. And then she underlines another word here. But before, this looks like awake. Growing weaker. And this says growing awake or growing weak. Looks like awake, but it could be weaker to me. So I think at the last time there was an underlined word that was the key to one of the passwords. So here we have tears and maybe weak or awake. But if we assume that this is the right password, that it's the underlined word, how are we still supposed to figure out which of these entries it's the password for? Is it because Rosemary was mentioned at the beginning of this letter? That seems unlikely, but we could try it. So if we think it's the Rosemary that this whole password is talking about, then I would guess it's tears, but I don't love that it's Rosemary. Tears. What is happening here? Okay, it's okay because we don't have to guess a million times. We can just have it tell us why it's a badly designed puzzle. Hint number 2. The key phrase can be used on one of the password protected posts. Yeah, that's fine. But why are we having to guess? Somewhere in the password protected post, there are 2 keywords that link to a hidden page. There's an encoded message on the hidden page. Okay, but that we didn't want the hint for. I guess we wanted this reveal here. In the password protected post, no. So it looks like there's some hints here that are poorly designed. It seems to be giving us help for the password after we get in. Assuming this is the right blog, we tried tears. Could it be weak? The beautiful part about this is it doesn't really seem to, I guess now, awake. Okay, all right. This is stupid. So when we asked for the hints, a phrase from the Blue House passage, this is a key phrase. Was it a phrase from the Blue House passage? So when we looked at it, we saw she was reading, I was in tears by sunrise. I wonder, is the passage this? This just feels like unnecessarily convoluted. Last time it was an underlined word. Now the hint is telling us it's a passage from the book. She could never see the sunrise. It blocked the light. Then her friend comes. The moon was a big white hole in the sky. Okay. So The moon was a big white hole in the sky is the phrase that's here. The moon was a big white hole in the sky. Okay, and now clearly it's saying we should pay attention to that key phrase. But surely we're not putting that whole phrase as a password. And we wouldn't even know what to put it in. So then we click on the next hint. The key phrase can be used as on one of the password protected posts. So we're supposed to go here. What is the name of that story? The Blue House. Stop. Father and son. No. What is going on? This is ridiculous. Okay, Jesse, calm down. Calm down. This is just getting pretty frustrating. Like, why is it so convoluted? Is this a made-up book? So it's not a. This is not a real book we're reading. I'm just trying to find, like, is the author's name Hawthorne? Is that why we're supposed to connect it with Hawthorne? We're just gonna forget about that. Now we think that we're supposed to put this entire phrase in as the password to one of these, and we don't even know which one, and we're thinking it's Rosemary just because the mother mentioned Rosemary once at the beginning of this letter. That seems very illogical to me. And now I have to type the whole phrase and hope was a big white hole in the sky. This is so stupid. Okay. We're not going to play this game anymore. I mean, we're going to play this game, but we're not going to play this game anymore. But what's ridiculous is when I ask for hint 3, it jumps ahead and assumes we're into the password protected post. How about you just tell me what as part of your answers? Look at this nonsense. Look at this fucking nonsense. Why can we not get the answer to this ridiculous puzzle? Why is it giving us like some obfuscated hint and then jumping ahead to giving us hints about the thing inside it once we solve it? Okay, let's skip that for now. Let's look at letter from Grace reveal. We're just looking at the reveals now. Grace says the twine is imbued with the scent of rosemary. Rosemary is the title of the password protected post to access in this episode. Terrible design. But the channel guessed it, so let's just move along. The correct order to arrange the Shadow Vista pieces from bottom to the top is bird with the pale beak, the animal with the bushy tail, the dark bird, and the oak tree. Okay, that's exactly what I did. So we did that correctly. Next up. When the pieces of the Shadow Vista are correctly aligned, light the black candle, hold it near the bottom point of the mountain. The light from the flame will cast a shadow in the shape of a deer. I did say deer and moose. The channel was sure it was a rabbit. Okay, but deer was supposed to be the animal that we saw. Bad, bad. All right. The password is deer. Okay. Craziness. I mean, I guess, look, if you were meant to play this game over the course of weeks and you don't mind typing in 100 different guesses, then maybe you find that interesting, but that just really is not for me. Like, even if you thought you saw deer, but you weren't sure what blog it was supposed to unlock, then you have to try deer in all of them. Oh, maybe it was antlers. Maybe it was rabbit. All right, it's just the combinations that you have to try when you think something might be the right password is just not for me. Okay. Deep breath. Let's have our coffee. Let's relax. It's a great story. And if you really were in real life, you would expect that you might have to try 100 different passwords to get in. And it's not the game's fault that we're trying to play 25 boxes in 25 days. Okay. Rosemary has a lot of different uses. According to the hex book, it can protect and heal, like we've already talked about. It can also be used as a love charm, and Isabella says that brides in her great-grandmother's day would wear a sprig of rosemary in their hair when they got married. We also found a mention of rosemary in this section of the hex book about knot magic. And here's Isabella's comment. I know we've already talked about knots, but this is a more complex version of this magic than I've seen before. The different combinations of knots and talismans and essences make it easy to create complicated spells instead of the simple protection charm we talked about last time. Sorry, I was coughing. Okay, yeah, this is pretty cool. I like how you can kind of customize your knots to make your own individual charm. Anyway, here's a scan of the page so you can see all the different options for yourself. Okay, this is pretty cool. I'd like to save this image. Maybe we can print it out. Print. We'll print it out while we're waiting. Okay, so this is a magic book telling you how to make specific knots. And we see a bunch of the special magic language that is going to be giving us instructions. Pretty cool looking. Oh, also, I know this post is getting long, but the other use for rosemary, which I thought was cool, is this recipe I found in the hex book for something called visiting tea, which is not a tea you make for guests like I thought. Granny makes this tea quite often. In fact, there are a number of teas and tinctures that can help you find people in your dreams. She makes another more powerful tea that uses mugwort and valerian root, but I don't know if she's written that recipe down anywhere. In any case, this is a better choice for beginning practitioners because it's simple to blend and brew. And here is the recipe for visiting tea. Combine the following in a jar. Maybe the game meant for you to make this here. Handful of chamomile, 2 ample pinches of rosemary, modest pinch of peppermint, a modest pinch of spearmint, and some lemon balm. Brew 1 tablespoon of tea in a mug of boiling water for 10 minutes. The hex book says that using water from quick running stream is key, but I don't know if I'm going to tell anyone to do that. I think there's like bacteria and stuff. Anyway, once you've steeped your tea and add honey to taste. It's best to use honey from a nearby hive if you can. The closer the hive is to your home, the stronger the connection is and the stronger its influence on the spell will be. Drink a cup of this tea directly before bed, meditating on the person you want to see in your dreams last night. That's very cool. I also like the logic of this spellcraft world. It's always like, use the thing near your home, it will make it stronger, or use it when it's fresh, it's stronger, whatever. Okay, so, but you do see there's some weird coloring here. So they're alternating who's writing, but here we have 2 words that are red, running and key. The word running is red and the word key is red. Now, we did notice when we looked at the diary pages, didn't we, that we see the run. Oh, we don't see anything with key. Running key. Running key, if that means anything. But it seems like first thing we would need to do is decrypt. Decrypt this. Customize your knots to make certain charms. Okay. Well, we'll want to know what that means. I suppose we could do it on screen, but I printed it out. That'll be a little easier. I'm not sure if we want to go through all the trouble of that. But what do you make of this running key? I suppose the thing to do is go back here. So we used the shadow. We kind of saw a deer and a moose, but and a deer, but I wasn't going to type in every possible combination. Okay. The door rubbing said not long now. We figured that out. Doctor's memo. We saw his message saying, I need the life of grace and I want to hurt myself. Okay, so the only thing then here that we haven't read are these scan diary reveals. Okay, let's see. In the password protected post, the link words running and key hint that the encoded message on the hidden page is a running key cipher. To decode the running key cipher, use the key phrase that Isabella wrote in the scanned diary pages. The moon was a big white hole in the sky. Okay, I can explain what that is in a second, but what hidden page are they talking about? That seems like it was the one suggested here. Somewhere in the password protected post, there are 2 keywords that link to a hidden page. Do you mean that these are clickable? If I click on the word running, yes. Okay. Boy, that's a little rough. So if you click on the word running, you get this. Oh, okay. It doesn't like that. We click on the word running, we get this page. Okay. And then it times out for some reason we don't understand. And if we click on the word key, we get this page. Is it the same page? Let's see. ALPV, it's the same page. Okay, well, let's print this one out then. And now we have to deal with the... Is it time for a break-in? Not really. A whole black page. I really don't want to do that. Would be nice if we knew how to... Oh boy. Okay, let's take a break and try to reset. I'll print these out and bring them back to the table. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, with a little bit of help from the hints, or more than a little bit, depending on how you look at it, we have now opened up the password protected Rosemary blog, where we have found a photo from the hex book on constructing spells with knots. And then when we click the words running or key, we got this page. We already know from the hint that it was trying to hint at a running key cipher. Now, I believe we've got the books, we can look it up. I believe what a running key cipher means is you take your text and you write the phrase on top of it, and you just keep repeating the phrase if need be. So it's a little bit like a one-time key, but you're repeating the key. And then the hint we got, which really is a little far-fetched, seems to be the moon was a big white hole in the sky. So I think the idea is that we would write this is a big white hole in the sky, and then repeat it. The moon is a big white hole in the sky, etc. And you can see the first four letters here match these, so that suggests to me that it would look like this. You put is instead of was. The moon was. Okay, so this shows you why these things are so fragile, because if you did that, your whole text would be off from there on. So thank you. The moon was a big... I don't know why I'm writing all this. We probably won't bother to decode it. I suppose if you were encountering this, thank you for that. If you encountered this and you thought, is this the right idea? Assuming you didn't make any mistakes. Big white. What did I do? The moon was a big white... Yikes. How do I survive in this world without being killed? Without making mistakes and blowing myself up? Big white hole in the sky. So I guess if you were to write this out and you said, wow, it comes out to exactly the right letters, that would be a key that you're on the right trail here. And then we also have the semaphore here, which we might as well decode. Feels like, I wonder, did we see this already? So this is C, and then this one looks like L. This was our... This is the same one that we decoded and got confused about before, isn't it? This is the I. Like, what is this? I thought we had a CLRD before. CRDL was the other one we had that didn't make sense. And now we have CLRI. That was in box 3. What is that all about? So that's something else we don't understand. But let's figure out how to do this, and then we'll just jump ahead and we won't do the whole thing. So I'm not sure if you would be adding or subtracting when you decode. Probably subtracting. So T minus 1 would be an S. Our number list. H minus 12 would be an 8, which is an H. Or is it the other way around? Do we do the A We should do an A. We should be subtracting this. So 1 minus... This is really a pain in the ass, though, I gotta say. 1 minus 20 would be the sixth letter, which would be an F. And 12 minus 8 would be 4, which would be a D. This doesn't seem right. Okay, why are we doing this by hand? In fact, I'm not even going to play this game. I'm not even going to play this. I don't want to, I am not having fun with this part of this game. So let's go ahead and go to the password protected post. The linked words running and key hint that the encoded message on the hidden page is a running key cipher. To decode the running key cipher, use the key phrase that Isabella wrote in the scan diary pages. The moon was a big white hole in the sky. To solve the running key cipher, consult the standard table recta. The top row represents the letters of the key phrase, and the leftmost column represents the decoded letters. Find the first letter of the key phrase, which is a T, on the top row. Move down the T column until you find the first letter of the encoded message A. Then move left across the row to the leftmost column to find the corresponding letter, first letter of the decoded message, which was an H. Okay, so it seems like my understanding of a running key cipher might have been wrong. So let us look up running key cipher here. Okay, no index in his book. Great idea. Let's see if our more child-friendly book has running key cipher. No running key cipher. Okay. Not in our books. Let's try searching for a running key cipher. Long non-repeating key instead of a short repeating words. It works like a generic cipher, much longer key. This is the same thing. This is exactly what we did. But they're saying use this table, which would help you do the alphabet, help you do the modification. Let's see. Every use of the internet is pain. Every use of the internet is pain. Because it's filled with ads and garbage. Okay, so, but it is basically saying you just add the two together. So to decrypt, you would subtract. The receiver can just subtract their known key to receive the original text, but then they're saying you use a table so that you don't have to, but this is a terrible, everything's terrible in this world. Okay, so we should just be A subtract T. So why did that not get us the right thing? The A is a 1, the T is a 20. So we go to negative 19. This is why it's so painful. Because I can't keep this all in my head. Okay, negative 19 modulus 26 is a 7, which is a G. I'm not sure where I got the F from. And is that what it was saying? was the first letter here? No, it says it's an H. Wow, what pain. What pain to try to figure this out and not make mistakes. The letter 1 minus the T should be this position 1 minus 20, which should be negative 19. You add 26, you get 5. 1, 5. Why am I having such a hard time with this? I feel like I'm mentally challenged. Maybe this is the problem with doing these too frequently. Let's do it the very dumbest possible way. We're subtracting a T, which is 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, which gives us a G. But I guess the A is supposed to be a 0, which gets us to the H. Boy, do I hate this. But maybe the lesson is to not try to do this by hand. All right, it's not the game's fault. It's a game's fault, all of the complaints up until now, but I guess I can't fault for this. Okay, let's just get the answer here. The decoded message is, help me, help, he knows I'm here, find my true name. Okay, so this message was help. So this decoded to help. He knows I'm here. Find my true name. I have to admit, I feel, I do feel like I'm a bit on tilt here. All right, now we have this whole book of knots. And it looks like the solutions here don't have an answer to this. Maybe that's because it's just for fun, and I use that word very loosely, but let's see. Because we haven't bothered to write a specific alphabet here, we just have our samples to remind us. And it was a separate document that had some of these letters. Let's just do a little bit of this and then we'll move along. N, that's a D, that's an I, N, G. And this is going to be an S, surely. So I think this was bindings. Bindings. And then here we have T, A, L, I. This one was what? Skip it. This was an O, A. This was an M. Talismans. Bindings and talismans. So you definitely could imagine that we may need to decode some of these to know for an answer to a subsequent puzzle. But according to this, we certainly don't need it for today's box. So I guess we will just put it aside. All right, this box took something out of me for sure. But let's try to take a deep breath and not give up. A smarter person would stop, but we're not going to stop. We are going to continue to the next box. Logan says, I know you're close to being on tilt. Try to remember players usually got one box a month. There was time to ruminate. Yeah, it's true. We are playing these on a very different scale. All right, let's try to appreciate the story. She's trapped in the woods, and now here's the first mention that he's trying to do something. He knows I'm here. Find my true name. So we are going to try to find her true name. Do we think this he is the Arwen spirit? Or is it the doctor or something? All right, let's try to keep everything organized. That was box 3. This is box 4. If I hadn't taken a forced break, we would take a break here. Just going to switch to this one. I'm going to have a 1-minute break here so that we can start on a new break so people can more easily find it. All right, we're going to take a 1-minute break. I'm just going to sit in this chair. We'll be back in 60 seconds. And we're back ready for box 4. So we've decided to skip this for now. I think we owe it to ourselves to make a little alphabet chart of all the symbols so that we can decode this stuff without having to hunt around so much. Let's keep in mind that it's possible that we'll need something here in a future puzzle. I suppose we may want to consider the fact that we've got some password protected blogs. One is Wormwood, one is Hawthorne. This looks like Rosemary to me. But you might guess that these two, maybe these 3, might be worth decoding in case they help us to get into one of the password protected things. Like we are told one was Wormwood, Hawthorne. Like this looks like it could be W-O, well, it can't be W-O-O-D, but we may want to decode these more than others. This looks like it might be for honey. Honey. This is going to say honey. Honey something. And we can do these later since it doesn't seem like we need them right now. We did solve the rosemary. This pen is going to make me insane. Okay, we did do the rosemary, but we haven't done hawthorn, wormwood, effigies, maledictions, or auguries. Okay. Box 4, we're going to reset, take a deep breath. It's all about stamina. Okay. Box 4 of 5. This is the second to last box. All right, so here we go. Our punishment for not writing out our alphabet. I guess we are going to have to write out our alphabet in a second. We've got creepy diary pages. We've got a letter from the grandmother. We've got another letter from Kayla. We've got another doctor's report, another page from a book. And then we have here a cut nail, like they used to make in the old days, it looks to me. And a vial of, looks like some form of red clay. Okay, let's start by reading the note from the mother and see how she's doing. From the grandmother, Grace. Okay. Dear stranger, these past months, this was supposed to take place over months. We're playing it in hours. These past months, I have been reading Isabella's diary in the hopes I will find some answer there. Before she was body without soul, I would have never dreamt of reading these pages without her consent. But then I thought there was no need to, for I believed no secrets dwelt between us. I see so much of the girl I love in her words, her tender hopefulness and trust, but it is plain there was a poison growing in her that I failed to see. I blame myself for missing it. Worse yet, I believe she sensed what was happening to her, but didn't dare tell me. I blame myself for this as well. But I cannot persist in self-recrimination. I have spent my time in grief. Now is the time for action. I've consulted the bones and the blood, and the signs say now is the moment to proceed. What comes next will require great sacrifice. This course of action calls for the strongest of magic, ancient maledictions, long-forgotten rites. I have tried to shield you, stranger, from the crueler side of my ancestral practice, just as I tried to shield Isabella. But the time has come to draw upon its power to defeat the darkness that encircles us. We must call on the darker side of our own natures, a dire kind of magic, with fearsome consequences. I would not counsel this if there were any other way. That's scary. Before we can set Isabella free, we must first sever this evil from its servant. Just as the darkness has expelled his spirit from his body, so too may we attempt to drive it out. I only hope that what remains of his spirit is strong enough to survive. I wish no harm upon him, for he is only a vessel of that wickedness and not its cause. But I cannot allow myself to pity him. Pity will not spare him from this fate, nor will it save my dear girl. I'll do whatever must be done if it means Isabella is returned to me. I'm prepared to do dread deeds in order to dispel the dark, but I will not ask you to betray your principles. I would understand if you withheld your aid. These are perilous measures, one that even I hesitate to take. But if you will help, I have enclosed the details of a ritual that will achieve my end. I cannot perform it alone. Only our wills combined can make it so. If you go forward, take care, for this magic is fierce and reckless and is prone to carry unschooled practitioners away. Pretty cool and scary and weighty. I beg your assistance in one last respect. Another message has been left for me, and I ask you once again to read it on my behalf. I fear that what I dread most now is not the lightning that hangs upon it, but the news it may reveal. Yet I can see its author's dear regard for Isabella, and I know I must not turn away from the truth, no matter how it hurts. That's pretty serious. Okay, so she's got another letter from Kayla. Let's see what Kayla's letter says. Dear Miss Montgomery, I have deleted this letter so many times, I don't know how to tell you, or even if you want to hear it, since you didn't answer my last note. Maybe I don't deserve the chance to explain myself, but I think you deserve to know the truth. You were right to warn Isabella about me. We both thought you were being overprotective and that you just didn't know what the outside world was really like these days, but we were the ones who didn't understand. I'm sorry for everything. If I could take it all back, I would. I'd turn away from her and never say a word to her if it meant she'd be all right. It would break my heart, but I sure would do it. Because it's my fault. I would never hurt Isabella on purpose, but I'm the reason this happened to her. I didn't mean to. I gave her the bracelet because I'd missed her, and because I wanted her to know how much she means to me. When she put it on, she took off the charm you made her, the one with the knotted twine. I didn't realize she'd left it behind, but then I found it when I was cleaning my bedroom the other day. It had fallen behind my nightstand. I don't think she even noticed it was gone. I realize now that's how the lightning found its way in. I think it must have been watching her long before that, waiting for an opportunity. But you always managed to keep her safe, and then I came along and put her in such terrible danger, and I didn't even know I was doing it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't think I'll ever be able to forgive myself, and I don't expect you to either. I wish there was something I could do to help her now, anything at all, even the smallest thing. Even though I don't deserve it, I have to ask, can I come and see her, please? I need to see her one more time to tell her I'm sorry, even if she can't hear me say it. I need to try. Wow, that's pretty touching. Okay, doesn't feel like there are any hints in there, but we got a little bit of a clue about how the lightning and darkness got in. Let's read this doctor's report. I'm sorry to hear you won't be needing my services any longer. I respect your reasons for terminating my treatment of Isabella, though I strongly recommend that she continue to be treated by another physician. She is still very ill and deserves the best care she can get. As you know, this has been a difficult time for me, which I'm ashamed to admit. This affected my performance at times. My wife keeps telling me it's high time I retire. I'm starting to think she may be right. I hope you won't hold the past few months against me. I've always respected how hard you've worked to make a good life for your granddaughter, and I hope that you will continue to consider me your friend. Harold G. Oliver. Now we can see the green triangle again, which we will look at. But we thought he was evil, but I think maybe combining this with her statement here, where she says something about he is not a bad person. I think maybe the spirit is just getting into him. She says, before we set her free, we must first sever this evil from its servant, his spirit from his body. So the doctor is being taken over by this spirit, Arwen. And so he's not evil, but we've seen the spirit taking over his body. In fact, if you'll remember the photo, I think now we understand better that the doctor is being taken over by this spirit in the woods, Arwen. And he's not a bad guy. He's just being taken over by this thing. That's why he was in the woods scraping out the messages from this creature, from this spirit on the tree. So we don't want to hurt him, but I like how this grandmother is like, I'm going to have to do bad, dangerous things to get my granddaughter back, and I'm going to do them. So she's like, we're going to sever this servant from this creature, and we're going to drive it away, and hopefully this guy will survive, but maybe he won't. I don't wish harm upon him, but I can't allow myself to pity him. That's pretty cool. This grandmother is serious about stuff. Okay. Is there a similar picture of Kayla? I don't think so. Let's read the diary entries, though. Our diary is getting darker. I want you to notice each future entry we read, it's darker and darker. Not the writing, but the images. Here I am again, awake in the dark, hiding the light of the candle from Granny. For fear she'll worry. I can't sleep. I feel so strange. Everything's moving too quick for me to sleep. I've been dreaming lately of Emily and her star something sky, her star-strewn sky. I wake up from that sky 2 or 3 times a night. Stars and stars and stars on end on forever. I wake up with tears in my eyes, but they feel like someone else's sorrow. I feel so far away from who I used to be. I'm afraid I'm becoming something other than a girl. Yeah, you're becoming that spirit. Well, what did she start to cross out? Becoming something else, I guess she was writing. Other than a girl. I want so badly to be what? but I'm so frightened of the dark. I want so badly to be Loso. I want so badly to be. What does that say? Does someone know how to read the script better than me? It looks like Loso. I don't get it. Maybe someone in the chat can read it to me. Otherwise, I won't worry about it. Okay, and then here's what looks like a clipping from a book. Out into the void, Emily. So this is another page from the Blue House, which looks like it might be the page we have here. Emily looked over her shoulder, following Gwen's gaze. Something her. The sky was undulating like black water. It held beneath its surface all the lives she could have lived, all the might have been moments lost. It illuminated her something, but she didn't feel sad or cold. She belonged here where the sun never set, and not there where each day was more blinding than the next. I wonder if these are going to be, if we can figure out these words and make something. Well, let's see. Finding the next. She belonged in this abyss. Is there a missing word here? It looks in this something abyss. There is a missing, looks like only room for one or two letters though. So I don't know what word that would be. Her house shifted down, sinking into the shadow, and a pale moon rose to take its place. It took up every corner of her vision, swallowing the black sky, beckoning to her, and she fell into its emptiness. Boy, that's creepy. This Blue House story is creepy. What is this? I guess these are stitches. Looks like stitches, but it could be letters. And then we have some very creepy creature here. Very creepy illustrations here. This looks like some sort of witchcraft ritual. I'm more interested in what these words might be. Let's see if it is from this page. So here is from the Blue House, page 236. There's the moon coming in through the windows and the stars. I'm almost afraid to read this. Invisible currents swept her through the dark and sent her twisting through the trails of glimmering dust. Star fragments and meteor shards grazed her arms, stinging her skin. Then a voice pierced through the silence. Mrs. Bell, come in here. The Blue House faded into view, emerging from the depthless dark. She drifted closer up to the top window and stared into her own bedroom. A phantom sun cast orange light over the floor and across the walls. Time passed differently inside that room. While Emily had traversed 1,000 realms, Gwen was still sitting beside the bed, holding someone's hand too tightly. That someone lying in the bed had Emily's face, but it was too pale and sunken to be hers, too unfamiliar. The bedroom door swung open, and her mother rushed inside. She knelt by the bed and took not Emily's face into her hands, stroking gentle thumbs across cold skin. Why did her mother care so much about this person? Emily wanted to feel the warmth of her mother's palms on her own cheeks. She wanted to be held too. Emily knocked twice on the glass, but there was no sound. Maybe it was for the best that they couldn't hear her. She didn't want to be that someone lying in bed, even if she could get back somehow. There would be nothing for her but a hollow existence. She would spend every day stuck in that room, barely able to move or eat or speak as her body weakened. The medicine she took would continue to do nothing. Her mother had pulled away from the bed and was pacing, eyes red. Gwen, on the other hand, was incredibly still, her gaze lifted away from not Emily and moved toward the window. She stared right past Emily out into the void Emily had created. Gwen's eyes reflected the phantom sun sinking slowly, approaching dusk. It was almost that dreaded time of day. Emily looked over her shoulder, following Gwen's gaze. Behind her, the sky was undulating like black water. It held beneath its surface all the lives she could have lived, all the might have been moments lost. It illuminated her defeat. But she didn't feel sad or cold. She belonged here where the sun never set, and not there, where each day was more blinding than the next. She belonged in this dark abyss. Her house shifted down, sinking into shadow, and a pale moon rose to take its place. It took up every corner of her vision, swallowing the black sky, beckoning to her, and she fell into its emptiness. Well, this is all very creepy, and we see a parallel in the Blue House story to the story of Isabel. So one interesting question is Isabel's real name Emily? Is that what we're supposed to figure out? The other thing you notice is that we do have the passage here. So it makes me think that Emily looked over her shoulder. Emily looked over her shoulder. Let me find the crossed out words. It illuminated her blank. It illuminated her defeat. So defeat is the first crossed off word. More blinding than... So there's nothing missing here. More blinding than the next. More blinding than... Oh, the next. So it is the. Defeat the... Okay, here's the last word. She belonged in this blank abyss. She belonged in this dark abyss. Okay, defeat the dark is what this says. This is a very weird story about the sick girl Emily, her best friend Gwen, who's trying to care for her, and the mother who's trying to save her, and Emily saying she can't just jump back in the body. This body is all hollowed out and dying or something. Someone taking her place. Okay, pretty creepy. Defeat the dark. It also looks like we might have a word underlined here. Sorrow. Although now it seems like the underlined words don't mean anything, even though I thought they originally were clues. And we know that this box is the maledictions, is the word that the mother said that jumped out at us. So probably on this, there's the malediction. Probably in this box, we're going to have to find the password to maledictions. Let's read this diary, which is terrifying. Discover an exciting experience. Yikes. What does this say? Leave. Leave something here. Leave. Okay, here is Isabella's diary, second page. Kayla's family is finally back from their trip, and she even brought me a present, I never want to take it off. She says it's no big deal, but it makes me think of sunshine, and there hasn't been enough of that recently. My days have been so lonely without her. Granny did what? Granny remarked the other day how peaceful things have been recently, but I can't stand the long silences that stretch out when I'm at home. She's crossed out something. When I'm at home, I can tell, I can feel, she wrote something, cross it off. I can feel myself crying out against that stillness. So I can hardly believe that dark something voice is mine. That dark what voice? That dark unquiet. Unquiet? No. That dark urgent. No, that looks like an I. That dark something voice is mine. So she's got that creature inside her. Today it feels like a fever. My heart racing, head spinning. It's getting worse. For a moment, something something, for a moment, everything went dark around me. I tried to tell myself I was just feeling a little faint, but it wasn't just that. The edges of my vision went dark. It was as if everything for miles around had fallen into darkness, and only I could see it. I'm almost afraid to tell Granny now, especially when things have been going so well. I don't want to lose everything I've gained in the past few months. Maybe to something of me, but I don't want her to have been right. Maybe too shallow or selfish of me. I don't want her to have been right. Maybe it will pass. Things were quieter when Kayla was on her trip and I was stuck here. Okay, poor Isabella is being taken over by darkness. What does this say? Maybe everything will slow down now that fall is almost here. Then we've got a map that says halt whistle. Discover an exciting experience. And then we got some numbers. May 12th, sale $8.99. We've got anywhere but here, this says. Anywhere but here. And what does this say? Something leave. Leave. Something leave. Maybe leave me alone or something. There's a Dr. Rabbit. That's creepy. Discover an exciting feeling. So we decoded this, defeat the dark. This almost looks like the creature and like it's taking over someone's face. All right. Let's look at this for a second. Did we decode this? No, I don't think we did. Let's see if we can't decode what this says using the old trick. What are we looking for here? I'm looking for some backwards text. It might be there. You can't see it anyway, can you? Wish I had more patience for these things. I know I'm supposed to put it on that space and look at it. I'm just trying to remember what's the easiest way that I did it last time. Let me read this basic text so I know when I see something that doesn't belong. Recommend. Looks like something says here. Stop me. Nothing. It's too hard to do it. It's too hard. It's too fiddly. Okay. So I'm just gonna go here and put this in so we can decrypt the things that we don't need to struggle with. CSTB6313. Okay, so we want the doctor's memo hints. Received an item that's the prism. I used the prism. I put it on the triangle. Yes, all that. But rather than spend a half an hour trying to get it to make me show words, there are two sections of the doctor's memo where blue and yellow overlap to form green. So it's here. And where else? I see green here, but how does that make any difference? Doesn't matter because we're just going to read it here. Put the triangle end of the prism on each of the green triangles. Okay, where is there another green triangle? Maybe it means here? I guess it means here. So this one looks like it says, stop me, nothing. And this one might say, nothing will BEVO. That's a D. Nothing will something dev. Nothing will devour. And maybe stop me. Nothing will devour you. All darkness. Let's read what it actually says. It says, will devour you all darkness. Stop me nothing, and you can do will. Okay, stop me. Nothing you can do will. Darkness will devour you all. Nothing you can do will stop me. I think that's when we reassemble those phrases. I think it's meant to say, nothing you can do will stop me. Darkness will devour you all. That is very creepy. Nothing you can do will stop me. Darkness will devour you all. That's very creepy. All right. So we're not going to read any more hints. I just wanted that because it seems like the natural thing for us to do is this now. And for this, we really need our conversions. All right, so we decoded these. We know the complete alphabet, but we never wrote it fully out. And for story purposes, I kind of want to decode a little bit of this. So I think what I am going to do is, I'd love a blank piece of paper. All right. I completely understand if you want to disconnect, go do something else for 20 minutes. I am going to write out our dictionary. Okay. Let's try to do this reasonably well. Our B was a little more rare. That was that one. Our C was the ladybug with the line coming out. I hope this doesn't make things worse as I try to read this. What was our D? Our E was one of the first ones we got. There's our F. Our G was a weird one. I almost remember most of these, but not quite. There's our G. Where is our H? Our H was in hush. That's our triangle. And it's hard to write on this table. Everything is arrayed against us. Okay. Our I is our two-legged Christmas tree type thing. J, where did we see a J? Maybe we'll skip the J for now. K was line, circle. Our L was the big diamond. A line and two circles. Our M looked like that. N was like that. Line in between. Our O was a triangle on top of two triangles and a circle. P was triangle, and then two triangles on the side. Q, I don't remember if we had a Q. Let's skip the Q. R was line. That. Skipping the Q, skipping the J. R, S, a triangle. I feel like we almost had that one before. P was our weird P. Not too many that looked like that. U was in hush. Wine. Circle. Do things like that. V. I don't remember where there's a V. Maybe we'll skip the V for a second. Where was our W? Where did we see a W? Maybe we'll skip the W, skip the X. I don't remember if we saw an X. We certainly saw a bunch of Y's, though. I know we've seen a Y because it kind of looks like a Y. Probably we don't have a Z. Where is my Y? Baby, there it is. That's the one with the moon. Okay, so there's enough of our alphabet that maybe it will be a little easier for us to do a decoding. I'm not going to decode all of this. I'm just going to decode a little bit of it. B, A, I think that's an N. That's R, I, right? B, A, and this is going to be an S. This is surely going to be an H. That's going to be an N. That's a G. Vanishing. And what does this? And then there's certain letters underlined, actually, kind of weird. B-A-N-I, B-A-N-I, S-H-I-N-G are underlined. That's weird. Why are S-H-I-N-G underlined? And then we've got three other letters here. H, E. What is this? You know what this is, right? No one's paying attention to me. I'm just talking to myself. That's something we've never seen before. It's surely going to be the letter X for hex. So this is a banishing hex. This seems like what we're supposed to do. See a couple more letters now that are new too, like this one. Surely we've seen a W. Again, smoke to stage, rotate, ignite. Maybe we haven't seen a W. I'm guessing that this is going to be a W. W and then A, and this letter is R. Something AR. So it's either VAR, ZAR, WAR, QAR, or JAR. That's probably a J then. Let me see if that makes sense with the rest of them. Jar, jar, Same word. Here it is again. Jar. Just looking for any other letters I don't know. Anything else underlined? Okay, let me just look at the next couple words here. So we have the triple tree, which is a P. Then we have this L A C E. Place. P O. Which one is that? What letter is that? Something. And that's the E. I wonder if that's a K. Place token in P A ladybug on a stick R G E T S. Place token in targets something. Okay, well, we're not going to decrypt the whole thing. Clearly, we know how to read it. Now, what's this? I worry that this is something that someone wrote on here. Let me just see if it erases. No. Okay. So we've got the banishing hex instructions. I guess the thing to do, since we know how to decode it, and we've decoded most of it, some of it, we should go to the answers and get the decoding of this full thing. So spell instructions. It just says use the same thing. The notes on the back of the paper hint that after performing the spell, the color of the water will point the way to further revelations. Okay, so it looks like this is supposed to be on the back, so we can read it. Water will expel the evil from him and reveal its hidden form. Take care not to touch the sullied water, for its stain will remain upon you. The color of the water will point the way to further revelations. If no jar is to be found, use any glass vessel, though a slight variation is required. Pour hex water into a hole in the earth. Drip water upon it and cover with fresh soil. Water will expel the evil from him and reveal its hidden form. Take care not to touch the sullied water, for its stain will remain upon you. The color of the water will point the way to further revelations. Okay. Let's now see if we can't read the full hex instructions. The spell instructions translate to banishing hex. Place token in target's hand inside a glass jar with a lid. Pour water from cupped palms into jar 3 times. Seal the jar. Place outside for a full cycle of sun and moon. Then recite over graveyard earth. Come, denizens of the dead earth, expel the poison and quell its power. And earth to water, seal the lid on the jar with strong nail. Inscribe the name of the target onto the black candle. Drip the wax onto the jar lid and recite this spell. Boy, that's creepy and elaborate. Dig in the ground, place within, then recite, come denizens of the living earth, banish the evil and let it be no more, then cover the jar with earth. Whew. Okay, well, let's take a screenshot of this. That's very elaborate. Okay, so that's the full text of the banishing hex. And we think this is to banish the servant from the creature. This is something we would put on the doctor, right? Not on Isabel. We don't have Isabel. Target's hand. Put token in target's hand inside glass jar with the lid. So I think this would be something we would give to the doctor and perform for the doctor. And then water is going to expel the evil from him, from the doctor, and reveal its hidden form. Take care not to touch the water, etc. Okay, so that tells us how to get rid of the creature spirit from the doctor. Now, what do you think? Feels like the next thing, though, for us is one of the password protected blogs, though. Why have we disappeared from here? Why do we no longer have the blog? Why do I have to do this again? Kayla Bella Magic. Okay. So I think the next one is going to be maledictions. But what is the password for maledictions? Let me check in with the chat, see how everyone is doing. And by everyone, I mean Logan. What is the token? Is it the red clay? Yeah, I don't know. We know what the nail is for. We're told to inscribe his name on the candle. If we look at the doctor's note, he doesn't mention a token, does he? And I'm not sure we have a token of his. He just says it's been a difficult time. I don't know, but it seems like maybe we've got something else to do on the website first. But what would be the password to the website? And we're supposed to discover her true name. I'm going to try a couple passwords here, and then we're just going to go to the hints because I'm not going to guess forever without knowing what it wants us to do in what order. So I'm going to first guess Emily, the name of the character in the book that's a lot like Isabel. And now we get to a page where we don't know if what we typed did anything, so we have to type it again. Didn't like that. Then I'm going to type sorrow, which was the word that was underlined in her diary. That looks like it didn't like that, I guess. Makes me feel like I've got to do it multiple times when it responds weirdly. Okay, and then there were the underlined words on the banish, which was BANISHING. That would be a weird thing to use as a password, and it didn't work there either. So, no idea. No idea if we have this information, if this is something we're supposed to do now. Just no clue. And we could try a million things here. So this says at the back of this, it says, the color of the water will point the way to further revelation. So you could imagine that the color of the water, that we should do that spell and then get a color of a water, which could be brown or red. It's red. Okay, so I guess the idea was we were supposed to do that spell, the water turns red, and then that points us to this blog post. That points us to the password. At least we figured this one out on our own, although we kind of cheated here. Protected maledictions. Okay, why don't we do this? Why don't we take our break here since it's been an hour? We'll come back. I don't know that we know. I don't want to do this spell wrong and summon up some creature. Feels like we mostly know how to do it. Well, I'll go get a jar with water and we'll do the spell when we're ready. It feels like we should have done, but it does feel like we should have done it first. I don't know what the token is supposed to be though. Okay, doesn't matter. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in 8 minutes and we will continue. All right, we're back down to 8 viewers here. 1:46 a.m. after 3-hour 45-minute playthrough. So I think we're going to do this spell now. Logan is here with me. It's nice not to be totally alone while doing these creepy spells. Logan is criticizing Hunt a Killer for not supporting this game. I have a slightly different take, having and sort of dealing with a similar problem in real life in terms of maintaining a website as it gets old and ages away. And I think, 7 years, and they have given us a year notice. I sympathize with the difficulty of maintaining an old website. Although I don't know why they don't re-release this game. Anyway, I think we're going to conduct this spell as best we can, only because it seems like we were supposed to run this hex banishing in order to get the clue to proceed. So it says, water will expel the evil from him. Take care not to touch the sullied water, for its stain will remain upon you. The color of the water will point the way for further revelations, and that's what we just used. We used the word red, which I assume this is going to be. Okay, if no jar can be found. Okay. There's a little bit of extra information, but we think that this is the banishing spell that we're supposed to follow. Place token in target's hand. Place token in target's hand inside glass jar with lid. Pour water from cupped palms into jar 3 times. Seal the jar. Place outside for a full cycle. All right, we can't do that fully. We're going to do our best, though. A strong nail inscribe name of target onto black candle. Drip wax onto the jar lid. I mean, it's a little weird because it seems to be saying we have to do this with the doctor if we understand it. So, why is this so ambiguous here? Then it says vial of dirt hint. Doctor's memo hint. I'm just going to click a couple of these that I think we already understand. We understand the doctor's hint. We read the doctor's memo that said the very creepy words. Darkness will devour you. All, nothing you can do will stop me. Okay. And then we read the instructions. Surely we had to do this before we read that blog post. All right. We're going to try to do it. I suppose we are not going to use up everything. So if the spell fails, then we will still have enough to do something with it. Okay, so this is going to be messy. We've got some dirt if we need it. That was the backup spell instructions talked about dirt. Put token in target's hand inside glass jar with lid. Pour water from cupped palms into jar 3 times. I'm going to try to do this. 1, 2, 3. Okay, water from cupped hands went into the jar 3 times. This token, I wonder if we were supposed to put it in the jar, in the vial, but 3 times. Sealed jar, place outside for a full cycle. Maybe this is the original banishment, and we're going to follow this alternative. Pour hex water into a hole in the earth. No. Water will repel. Take care not to touch the sullied water, for its stain will remain upon you. The color of the water will point the way. Surely we're using this vial. Maybe this is the token that's taken from the doctor. Place token in target's hand. I guess we're just going to put some in this jar, but maybe we'll look at the hint here. Let's see. Vial of dirt hint. The vial of dirt is a component of the spell. Yes, we know about that. How about this? After placing dirt in a jar of water as stated in the spell instructions, the water will turn red. The color will become clear if you wait for the dirt to settle. Okay, well, I mean, we've guessed that, but I was hoping for a little bit more explanation for why. Okay, let's keep most of this in case we get the spell wrong. Okay, well, it's turned pretty red. Reddish, at least. Reddish brown. But let's remember, the point is not to figure out the... Okay, that was a mistake. All right, what was bound to happen one of these days on this channel could have been a lot worse. The deadly spills. I've been tempted on this channel many times. I've mostly escaped them. Looks like we got caught a little bit with all these empty jars. That's okay. We're dealing with witchcraft. A little bit of a spill is not going to kill us. Now, as I was saying, the purpose of doing this spell is not to get a color. The purpose of this spell is to banish this evilness from the doctor. So let's not half-ass it. So we didn't get the sullied water on us, and I just spilled clean water on the table, so I don't think anything is cursed. But what are we supposed to do with the full spell? Okay, we put it in our hands. I target, I don't know, I guess I'm standing in for the doctor. 3 times. Put it outside for a full cycle of sun and moon. Okay, well, we're just gonna skip the full cycle and hope it's good enough. Okay, and then we'll treat this as the graveyard soil. In fact, the backup instructions said put it in earth. Okay, so that's it. We'll put it on this, which is the soil from some plants. Seal the jar, place outside. Okay. full cycle. We're just gonna, a full cycle of sun and moon. Okay, so we're just gonna turn off the lights. That's our full cycle. Okay, there is our cycle of sun and moon. Come, denizens of the dead earth, expel the poison and quell its power. Then add earth to water and seal the lid on the jar. Okay. Oh, add earth to the water. That was when we add the vial. Okay, add earth to water. This is the earth. Okay, so we've already done that. Fine. Seal the lid on the jar. Now, with a strong nail, which the grandmother provided us, so a little cut nail here. I don't know the history of nails. I just know this is how they used to be made before we could mass produce them. Okay, so with this, we're supposed to inscribe the name of the target onto the black candle. Now, we think this is Hargrow, right? This is not the girl we're inscribing. Okay, I have inscribed his name onto the candle. Drip the wax onto the jar lid and recite again. Okay. Okay, we are dripping some wax onto the lid here to seal it up. Okay. It's been dripped on. We've sealed it up. Come denizens of the realm of the flame. Come denizens of the realm of flame, seal the wickedness and keep it fast. Dig in the ground, place within, then recite. Okay, so we're going to dig in the ground, so we're going to put some dirt here on top of it to simulate burying it in the ground. Come denizens of the living earth, banish the evil and let it be no more. Cover jar with earth. Okay, so we have now done the proper spell to banish the spirit from the doctor, to sever the ties from the servant. Okay, so let's carefully put this aside and not drink it by accident. Have a sip of coffee. Kind of a mess here. How many people have performed this spell? Whoa. Okay. Now, you probably think that those flashing lights, I did. But I did not. I did not do anything to trigger those lights. That's very creepy. You probably think that I did that as a little bit of like a visual effect that I planned. But I promise you, I swear to you, I did not do it. Now, I can guess when they came on. I'm guessing when I threw the switch to turn off the lights and put them back on, my overhead lights, somehow that sent a signal to the LED lights. But that should not have happened. In fact, I use that switch every stream we have, and that never happens. That is very scary. But maybe that means the spell worked. So let me see. If I click this a couple more times, can I get that to stop? So if I turn off the lights, that happens. If I turn them back on, so that's just going to keep happening forever unless I go find the remote for that. I don't even know that I know where that is, but I could probably unplug it. Let me try to, give me a second. Let me try to turn that off so it's not so distracting. Okay. I mean, that was pretty creepy, but I did find the remote to control the lights. So we could turn them red. Red. Maybe that would have been a little creepier. I guess it's not going to reach. Okay, doesn't matter. Let's not mess with it. We've survived it. We've got a little bit of spill. Oh boy. Okay. Well, I think at least the good news is we seem to be winning the battle against this spirit. So now it's time to go and read the blog that we figured out how to get inside of. Okay, this is Kayla writing. Okay, this one is way beyond me, so I'm just going to turn this one over to Isabella so she can explain. Maledictions are just what we call dark practice. These are mostly spells that are used to hurt people, like a curse or what ordinary people might call a hex. Granny and I don't do this kind of magic generally, but earth magic does draw on both the light and dark at times. There are all kinds of maledictions. You can cast a spell to make someone sick or influence their mind or harrow someone, which means sending suffering after them and letting the magic choose the form the suffering will take. Yikes, that's cold. Maledictions can be really cruel, but they aren't always malicious. Sometimes you need a little bit of dark magic to help along the light. Granny explained it to me this way. If you had an infection in a limb that no medicine could cure, you'd have to cut it off. In any other situation, cutting off someone's limb would be an unkind thing to do to them. But if it will save their life, a little bit of a bad thing may be the best option there is. Some maledictions are used to fight off evil or reveal evil intentions, because only the dark's methods can defeat the dark. This sounds so intense. Have you ever done a dark spell like this? Isabella says, no. Granny doesn't let me do any kind of darker magic or even look at any spells that come close to being considered true maledictions because she says it's too dangerous. I think it's probably just that she doesn't think I'm strong enough yet, but maybe someday. Although, to be honest, I'm not sure I'd want to. Granny says they can steal something from the practitioner. You might not even feel it, but the darkness can leave a permanent mark on you, I guess you'd say. I don't know if I'd be brave enough to risk it. So, as far as we know, we have done everything in this box. And we don't have another password to do. So what we'll do is we'll go to the hints and see if we have, in fact, done everything. So we did the spell. I think we figured out that the vial of dirt is the earth that we were supposed to mix into the water. And turned it red. We used the password red. Okay, so we've done that. But have we found everything there is to find in the diary pages? The torn pieces of the Blue House passage has the words "defeat the dark" scratched out. The phrase "defeat the dark" can be found in one of the posts on Kayla Bella Magic. Is that right? We found "defeat the dark," but we didn't connect it with a post on a blog. And we found in one of the posts. I don't know if it's worth it trying to go through all of these to try to find that. Defeat the dark, huh? Well, who knows which post it's in. Let's just go to the... Let's go and let it tell us. Clicking on the phrase "defeat the dark" in one of the posts will reveal a hidden message. Okay, so I guess it's not going to tell us. So we have to find "defeat the dark." I suppose the smart thing to do would be to search, but can we search on the tablet? Or is this another one of these hellish experiences of using a tablet? Find in page. Okay. Defeat the dark. There we go. Okay, Control F didn't work, but apparently I could do it with the menu. Only the dark's methods can defeat the dark. Okay, so presumably we should be able to click this. Yes. I'm not a fan of this kind of system where you just have to figure out that something is clickable, but all right, doesn't matter. Aha, it's another message from Isabella. I don't know. It's interesting that this page is, I guess if we say advanced, we should be able to say it's okay, accept the risk and continue. It's just all black. Okay, so let's try clicking again and then quickly taking a screenshot. Then when it disappears, we're okay. We are just going to go and bring up what we saw. Okay, defeat the dark. Okay, this is our system by which Isabella tries to talk to Kayla. And we figured it out. It's Kayla, Kayla, Kayla. We just have to do this by eye. Okay, Kayla, 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 Kayla. And then she says... E-Y-E-H-M. How? She says... Is there another letter in there? Why can't it let me zoom in on this? What kind of world are we living in? Okay. Kayla. Y-A-E-H-M plus how. This is weird. This is not quite as simple as before. Before we just had repeating of Kayla, but here we have something more convoluted starting at the bottom. It looks like some of the letters are reversed. Is that... All right, let me do the semaphore again first. Convoluted, though. Is this the same semaphore as always? It looks like it's the C again. And then straight up and down, C, D. And then... It's not straight up and down again. It's one to the right and bottom to the right. That looks like an X, if that's true. I really dislike this semaphore code, I gotta say. Every time we've tried to decode these 4 letters, we get nonsense. CRDL, CXBR. WBR. I guess that's more likely a W. And then the other one is... The other one looks like an O, CWOR. It's just nonsense, and it's painful. Not an R, CO... I guess N, CWON. Maybe it's not a C, straight up and straight down. Down. D1. Okay, I find that very frustrating, those semaphores. But let's just try to move on. So the question is it the same idea that we're ignoring text, but now it's a little bit more complicated, and now it's like half reversed, half not? Does that matter? Let's just look for the parts that are not the letters of her name. So the first one is down here. And what is it? And it could be in any order. So it looks like it says how, H-O-W, on the left before it resumes to the Kayla nonsense. How, and then after that is a plus, which could be a T, and then M-H-E-A-Y-E. Okay, I don't know how to make sense out of that, but let me go more. Here's another section here. It looks like T-N, sorry, T, and then that could be an L, another T, N-I-R-H-E, B A Y H. And then we get back into Kayla. I almost feel like it's telling us we should unscramble these letters. Like change the order. Above this one are these letters LANYTEBRHTAHI. There's a lot of extra stuff in here. All right, I'm inclined to just look this up in the hints, but before we do, let's just try to look at the first one and the last one and see what do we notice. Before it said Kayla, 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 and it read backwards. This one, what have we got? If you just look here, it's the K and the A are reversed, and then it's Kayla. And then like, is there some more complicated reversal happening here? What about down here? Kayla. It's like the K-A-Y and the L-A swap. K-A-Y. And here they swap in an even weirder way. K-A-Y. K, and then the L-A swaps. It's a lot of swapping in weird ways. Is it random? It's too convoluted. It's too convoluted to enjoy working on. So let's go to our hints. So we clicked on the page to reveal a hidden page, but that's it. So where do we go to get the decoding of that page? Maybe this is the first time we're going to try to use the third-party adventurers. Let's try this. So this is a third-party site that I thought we were going to have to use more often, but we haven't had to use. But if we go to Empty Faces and we go to the first season and we go to box 4, this is a third-party site. Oh, look at that. Look at this nice thing. There's the Spirit Alphabet. I wouldn't have minded downloading that. Okay, so let's see what these people have written up. Okay. Defeat the dark, the doctor's memo. So if we reassign it, it says stop me, nothing you can do will. But we decided it meant nothing you can do will stop me. I'm not sure why it didn't do that. That's fine. Iron Nail, letter from Kayla. Okay, spell instructions. Vial of dirt. Here we go. After comparing the scratched out words at the bottom of the second scan diary page, defeat the dark. Clicking on the phrase defeat the dark will reveal a hidden puzzle. While it may appear as the puzzle from the Yarrow bog at first, it will turn into a black screen with a semaphore code that somehow loops around and around when you scroll either up or down to the edge of the page. So something was supposed to have happened when we accessed, that's why it was turning black. I guess the idea was when we went to this page that looks black, it's not black. We're supposed to scroll on it somehow. We're supposed to be seeing something, but we're not. Okay, that's fine. So I don't think this was solvable by us. That's the kind of thing that could be frustrating. So it says, it may appear the puzzle from the Yarrow bog at first turn into a black screen with a semaphore code that somehow loops around and around when you scroll either up or down on the edge of the page. The decoded message, it doesn't even say how you're supposed to decode it, but all right. I am the gleaming darkness that devours. You will know me and despair, not for in my hollow land there is no light that shines will dispel me from the endless labyrinth that encircles all, for in my hollow land. Doesn't sound like that's in quite the right order, but it's a message not from Isabella, but from this evil spirit. You will know me and despair. In my hollow land there is no light that shines. Okay, well that's it. That's the end of chapter 4. Well, I think the smart thing to do would be to stop here. One box left. We could push on and finish it, but I'm not sure what the benefit of that is. Probably better to do the finale when we're fresh. So we're going to stop here. A very creepy story still. Some parts of the website, web stuff, a little bit broken, more often than not broken, just seemingly a little unfair in terms of difficulty. But also a real attempt to provide a deluxe little experience here with all of these hexes and spells that we are performing. In each box there seems to be one, which does make it feel much more like there's real magic going on here. Not a fan of Semaphore. Okay, so now we will not play tomorrow, but what I am going to do is I'm going to schedule the finale, box 5, for Thursday. Thursday night, 10 p.m., we'll play the finale, and then maybe we'll hit a new box on Friday. A new whole season of Empty Faces, perhaps. But okay, thank you for joining me. I'll see you on Thursday.